Good evening, and welcome to Smol Caetsu side quest. And tonight we're going to be doing Return to Ivalice. Hopefully from start to finish. I imagine that the thing that might prevent us from finishing would be if the queue is incredibly long. That sometimes happens with those Alliance raids. Yeah. I'm of course Caetsu Chaiji. And I hope you enjoy. Hey IG Buster, hey Siren, hey Gazel, hey Blaine, Aradil, Ymir, and Zach. I hope you're all doing very well. By the way, Zach, did you find the retainer guide? Because I was wondering, I sent like a link after the video, like after the premiere had completely finished. Did you find the retainer guide? Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. You did find it. Excellent. It wouldn't have surprised me if it was difficult to find. It was a guide that got not a lot of attention when it came out. $68. We have any gear upgrades? Any upgrades? No, no, no. No. Let's see. Stuff to sell, maybe? Wow. Is my retainer just big, Kai? No. No, totally not. It's totally a different person. Can't you see? She's not even named Caetsu Chaiji. She's Mrs. CC, who's totally a different person. Strange. Which is strange, is it not? Time to put these lazy Lalafels to work. Oh boy. Did you just make an army of Lalafels? Shouldn't it be Mrs. because you're married in game? I suppose so. But I don't believe you can have a period in your name, so I felt that it was better to just write it like that. But in retrospect, you're probably right. Oh! Let's see, the quest is this one. And if you want to do the story with me and everything, remember that I'm on Alpha Light on EU. And I'll slowly be going through the quest, so if you come into the stream late and see, oh, maybe I can catch up, there's a good chance that you can, because, I mean, maybe I'll just get distracted by something. And I also go through the cutscenes very slowly, compared to how fast you can go. So there is a... Well, I mean, I guess if the queue ends up failing you, that's a different story, but you could try. Kai always gets distracted during streams. Absolutely. We end up discussing some random thing. As long as you enjoy the discussions, then that's fine with me. Welcome, milady. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Oh. Welcome, milady. There's a young milady who wants to speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Hey, Quackball. Hope you're doing well. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I'm Lina Merilla. Merilla, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lies of the homunculi. Oh yeah? But enough talk. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. I'm relatively confident you've stood there for way longer than since yesterday morning. Like, I'm pretty sure you've been standing here for like at least half a year. Castle says, guy starts discussing random things. 6 hours later. Oh, look at the time. Let's save the raids for the next small guy stream. No, that I would rather not do that. I'd rather not do that. If I go significantly over time on a stream like this, it's likely because I feel like, oh, it's the reason why we couldn't finish on time is because I got distracted, for example. Like, generally I'd like to see if we can do the things that I set out to do. But it has been a problem on the tea time streams recently to actually manage to get to everyone. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come, I found her. That's a big poofy dress. Is this the adventure of whom you spoke? Stoic nod. Indeed it is. That's a big poofy dress. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You're his only hope. Just randomly me? It's all right, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. All right. I don't know either of those miladies. I have no idea. I'm distracting Guy myself. Surprise! Could you imagine doing a stream where you have to not say anything in chat because otherwise the streamer gets distracted and we can't have that? Could you imagine how that would go? You just have like complete empty live chat and the stream has been going for like 3 hours and then a new person comes in and it's like, hi everyone, and then everyone just writes shh, after which the streamer turns their head to the chat, responds, and spends like 30 minutes not playing the game. Just talking. You distracted him! Exactly. I think I'll make all my retainers but 2 disciples of the land. I think that is pretty reasonable. The thing is, all of the combat retainers are basically identical in what they can do. So if you want to cover everything, I can't remember, I think you said you had 7 or 8 retainers? Like if you have 2 miners, 2 botanists, 2 fishers, I think you can have that, right? And 2 combat retainers, then you've covered everything. Hey Caetsu! The dress is available in the Mog store, and her hairstyle is the Lexan Tails hairstyle, available for 50,000 MGP. Well, there you go. You can dress like her. You just need to bring out your credit card, apparently. Does that mean you have 9 then?
As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Huh. Gate guard Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks.
She assumed the Lala is the adventurer and not the big guy. Also that, weird. Oh, this is the adventurer. Yes. The child dressed in pink is the hero you need. Not that guy. It's me. Hey Tristan, I hope you're doing well. Just got home from vacation. Nice. Falafel gameplay.
Thank you for coming, Caetsu. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a guardian one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle.
Oh my goodness. Right, so step over here. Let's step in the airship. For a second, I actually thought that she was like, right, so we get on the airship and then something on the airship. Like, multiple steps in. Blaine says combat retainers are so much better. Getting mob drops is way more valuable than other resources. Well, the thing is that there are some drops that are unique to each type of retainer. I believe there's like specific minions that only specific types of retainers can get, for example. So there are benefits to different ones. There's also the part that sometimes, because a lot of people use combat retainers, the materials that the combat retainers return to you are almost worthless, whereas the gathering materials that the gathering retainers bring back, those are things that you typically have to go out of your way to get as well. So all of the retainers kind of have this thing where what is most valuable depends on what people actually invest their time in. So I don't know if combat retainers would be like the end all be all, because the assumption that combat retainers are best would also mean that a lot of people have combat retainers, which would reduce the value of the combat retainer items. Erdel says this raid series was co-created by Matsuno himself, who also created, I don't know how much of it, but also worked on Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy Tactics. And the creator of the Garo series as part of the collaboration. Oh, nice! Well, there you go. Awesome. I never got very far with Final Fantasy XII, and I never played Tactics. I played a lot of Tactics Advance, and well, my experience of this raid was that I actually recognized some of the bosses, which was something that I hadn't actually experienced very much of before when I played Final Fantasy XIV, because I haven't played that much like Final Fantasy games, at least not before 14. So I was like, sure, Ifrit I recognized, and Titan, and Garuda, and things like that, because I knew that they were spells that Summoner could cast. And Final Fantasy VII, you could cast them. But some of the bosses in these raids are the ones where I'm like, oh, that's just straight up that boss from that fight in Tactics Advance. Which is how I will recognize them, right? So that was like the point where I was like, oh, nice. There was just a problem that I wasn't particularly invested in the story itself when I did it originally. So I don't remember much of it.
The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone, and they will readily attest, the Majestic Imperial Theatre Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boasts a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theatre troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. Oh, nice. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theatre troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Boards of Censors. Oh. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they're never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options. Compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with His Radiance, or put down their quills altogether. Well, this problem has been solved, Lena. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentale. Lexentale? I am Alma Bas Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomis Zen Lexentale. Either Lexentale or Lexentale, I am not sure. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Gallian fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath, it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in the position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. Okay. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. Indeed. Indubitably. That's what I was thinking. And? And? Allow me, Lena. Say no more, Sid. I already know it's important because you're here. Just show me where the enemies are and I'll go. I'll do it. You know, I'll do the thing. I already know. I've known Genomis since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself soon, old friend. Thank you very much, Lemon, and I hope you get more time in the future. Thank you so much. The Emperor's dead, random Magote girl. Genomis and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. She's dead, Jim! Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomis never gave up hope that his work might change the world.
art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the sky so others might do the same. Don't ask how you can hear me through her mind. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Guardians are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Dolman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. Good point.
How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Gallian territory, no less.
What do you mean, Gallian territory? Are we going specifically to Garlabald?
But you are different. You've seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you?
I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. I'm choosing the second one. I would make a poor adventurer if were I to shy from adventure. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search.
Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me.
We lost him in the sofa specifically. He's between the pillows somehow, or the cushions. I should mention, Blaine, what I mean by combat retainer or like gathering retainer, the values, whatever, is because if the gathering retainer item is worth more, you can just sell that and buy the combat retainer item. So what they come back with, what the value is ultimate, like what they sell for is ultimately what matters by that logic. But that's also why I say it's better to like differentiate and have a little bit of everything so that you don't like put all your eggs in one basket in case something is particularly valuable at a specific point. Also, Quackball mentions current patch is just Final Fantasy IV. I suppose so, in a way. Yeah, relic things? I don't know. Maybe.
Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. This was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story.
Oh.
A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants, that is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. He had a friend in a place you don't know how to get to. He's also dead now, so you couldn't ask. Just trust me, bro. Okay?
One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma?
That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert.
Hey Kosari, hope you're doing well. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations. Until the Fire Nation attacked. I mean, until the Empire came calling.
When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. Like this one.
Can I eat it? I mean, it's not the nicest crystal, but I'll settle.
My father called them orosite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal.
Orosite. That is a very, very, very interesting orosite. Exactly. Can I eat it though? Is it edible? Does it taste good? What does rocky orosite crystal taste like?
By the 12, it's magnificent.
I mean, I have seen it, Agibasta. I absolutely have. It's very funny. Is that new mom? She looks less polished. Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather orosite that young Delilah rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was. A tale.
My father would often tell us how the orosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely.
Did he eat it?
How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters ago, specifically winters, only winters. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm that voice. Elma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramsa. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems, we require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Why are you parked in technically foreign land, then?
Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide.
Your sister is right, Ramsa. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I have known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You're lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth.
My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life.
The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. That's rude. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. So I went into an Alliance Raid solo. Which is impossible. I needed to bring at least 2 other players to enter.
Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital?
My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that that is where he has returned. Now, you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Alright, Captain Outburst. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Caetsu's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours.
Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness.
Now that would be funny, Blaine. The problem is that you can't even enter them. Like, you need 3 players to even enter. Crystal of Pure and definitely Innocent Ether. My favorites, indeed. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. I think it's quite interesting that Sid is held up with Omega, but yet somehow I have time for both.
Beep boop.
Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. For a moment there, I thought that the captain there actually just was like going to just wave his hand over the over the steer there, over the wheel. But I guess they just avoided that altogether. The thing is, Blaine, that some of the bosses, well, there's already in Labyrinth of the Ancients a fight that would be impossible even solo. But yeah, they could just change that, right? But that's not the point of soloing content. It's about finding a way to beat it solo anyway. You're only fighting bosses in Omega. Well, there's also some of the solo duties on the way where you fight some stuff. I think. I'm pretty sure. It's been a while. But you're right. There would be more work for him, I suppose. It's still funny that he just completely neglects to mention, obviously, that you're not there, or that you're also participating in that, because you might not. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. No, you cannot come with. No.
No? Ramsa.
I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Yeah, we're wasting time. That is true, Blade, but for me, like, just the way that I go about soloing content, I would still say that if there is a point where it is actually impossible, you either have to, like, make, like, a concession to say, well, we will have to skip that then, or you will continue to bang your head against the encounter until you get it, right? Until you beat it. And for now, I believe he hasn't entered Heavensward content anyway, right? So the run isn't over. I think. I'm pretty sure. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then, your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lesalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. I'm already famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Rude. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. True. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yeah, toxic. Kid in rich clothes, presumably earned by his own father, be like, oh, you're just living off other people's success? Have you looked in a mirror? Hey Rasiayo, hope you're doing well. Fancy Tactics is very cool. It's one of my favorite, like, ways to play, like, a turn-based game. I haven't played specifically Tactics though. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Do you have an army of adventurers now, huh? Is there an army of adventurers in the ship? Look, it's Banga.
You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool. Move the camera away a little bit. It's a little close. Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light.
Oh, there. I think? 23 people and 1 Kai. Yes, exactly. Well, we have 5. It's the language of the Lalafell. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Right, I'm guessing this is the group. So I think we'll queue with this. If you, like, as I said earlier, if you want to join up for all this, you're always welcome. I am on Alpha Light on the EU region. And we'll basically just be making our way through the Alliance raids. And I'll be using Astrologian for it. 10 minutes? Update on job leveling. I got Dragoons of 70 and decided I still wasn't vibing with it, so now I'm trying Black Mage. Fair enough. It's totally understandable. The weird thing with a lot of jobs is that, like, if you asked me when is a good time to judge whether you like a job or not, it's really, really difficult because, like, take for example Black Mage actually. Okay, Blaine, enjoy work. And also, I don't know how you all did it, but apparently we made a 10-minute queue into like that. But yeah, Black Mage, the Black Mage you start with is not the Black Mage you'll end with, because it just completely overhauls its rotation to level 60. So if you don't like Black Mage at level 50, you don't know if you're not going to like it at level 60. But that is exactly the reason why I would like, say, if you don't like Black Mage at like level 40 even, then play something else, right? Don't worry about it. Like, if you don't like it, then you don't like it. Fair enough, Kasari. I hope your family, and especially your father, it's a good day then. Draw. What? That was a lever. Oh. And my portrait broke. And there's no tank with a tank stance on, by the way. There's still not a tank tanking, by the way. It's a summoner tanking. Thank you, Emir. Am I remembering this wrong? I'm pretty sure that the first boss is like one of two things, or is it always this one? I feel like there's sometimes like a water boss instead of this. I don't quite remember, but I just feel like it's not always the same boss for some reason. Or is it just because they're like mixing together? It wouldn't be the first time that there would be an alliance raid with like multiple possible bosses. It could be that it's just a boss from one of the other alliance raids. Oh, this is the reason, I think. I think it's just because for some reason, I was like, assuming it was ice or water, but it's because it's kind of both, and this was what I was thinking of when I was thinking water. Oh boy. There's also a water boss in the next one. Right, the one with the big urn, right? I was not thinking of him specifically. That's why I was like, is it a different one? Because I vividly know that there's like a separate... Like there's a point where there's a specific guy with a big urn. But I think it was just... I mixed up the ice magic and the poison cloud stuff there. That should probably tell you how rarely I get these raids. This one is a not water boss. Yeah, I guess. All the black chocobos. So many. Don't worry about it, Quackball. Ow. And now there's the mimics, of course. You thought it was loot for us, but it's not. It's not loot. Effectively, every time you see more than like 3 treasure chests next to each other, it's always a mimic. It's like a small squadron of mimics. Ow. Earth hammer. Right, that thing. Another hammer. Well, it's a command tower now. He's climbing even higher. A little bit down. He dances higher, oh higher. Indeed. He's actually an Endwalker reference. Way too early. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Run, 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 run. So many things to run from. More towers. Is Pandemonium a mimic? That is a good question. That is a good question. Mimicking a building. I overwrote my card. Oops. My card. I think I would lean towards no. Pandemonium is not a build. Is not Pandemonium is not a building. Pandemonium is not a mimic because technically, the reason why he's alive is because he was made alive. Like he was a building and then he became a walking building, right? If we can even for sure call him a he. I don't even know. Look! A single treasure. Oh, it was a treasure of monsters. My favorite. Don't you just love it when you get like a giant treasure and it's just monsters? Oops, all monsters. That can be interrupted. Interesting. I guess it depends on your definition of what qualifies as a mimic. Ah, yes. There's like this much water, so you don't take damage from falling into the water. It's fine. Don't worry about it. There's also a weird stream of water that somehow knows which group you're supposed to go with, so it streams you exactly where you need to go somehow magically. Don't worry about it. What if the real treasure is the friends? All the experience you gain from the monsters. Aha. The real treasure is the levels we gained on the way. There's a scratched lettering here. I wonder if that was important. There's also scratched lettering over there. And a scratched lettering over there. Let me just see if I can quickly reach this. That's a lot of stuff. I don't have time to read all that. Wait! Come back! We implemented underwater swimming in this expansion, and we are going to use it. Just to show you that we can. Come back! Wait for me! I'm only behind because I had to try and read a thing. That is where you're happy that you're wearing pants. Ow, my knees! Well, I landed in water, so it's totally fine. That's how it works, right? Right? Gleaming says, do you remember when people used to wear shirts like I'm about to level up and you look like just enough XP? I don't remember that, but I guess I might not have been like seeing enough of those kinds of like shirts in general, so that might be on me. But I don't remember that. But I could totally imagine the shirt. No! Ow! My short legs can't run that fast. I thought you called that attack crush weapon. Did you mean crush with weapon? Is there a way to change the color around combo actions? Isn't there like some sort of colorblind options you can set? I don't know how good they are. It's very... I have heard a bunch of times that it's not uncommon for like those kinds of options to be very mediocre. But you might be able to do something with that. I can't really check now though. I'm guessing what you're thinking of is like the dashed lines around like procs or combo actions. I guess I'll just stay here then. Oh boy. There's not a lot of people in the northern one. Oh dear. Oh. Oh. You try and fish for a melee card and you don't get one. Oh. Oh, right. That again. He really likes that cry of victory, doesn't he? Oh, here comes the crush weapon again, right? The crush with weapons. I think it was he called it crush weapon. Oh. I think I was supposed to use Isuna on that. I'm sorry about that, Tristan. Oh right, he puts down like traps on the floor, and if you step into them, you just get snared, right? And then he just uses actions that kind of force you to run around, so you can't just ignore it. It's a very interesting gimmick, or at least mechanic, you could say. Because normally, like if the boss puts down like traps on the floor, you just go, oh well, if I just don't move and just wait for it to despawn, then I mean, then it doesn't matter that there's traps on the floor. Exactly, the crush skills. Those were very annoying when NPCs had those in Tactics Advanced, I remember. Equally annoying if they had, like, steal something. They just yoink your equipment. Right, that guy.
Disturb the slumber of Argath Adalphus, rightful king of Ivalice. Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
The way I will do that is I have 3 swords on my right side and 1 bigger one on my left side.
Truth from which you run. You will be judged.
Yeah, this is a Stormblood Alliance raid. So the weirdness with this fight, and it's one that I've had immense difficulty understanding myself, is that like what you're supposed to do about the mechanic depends on which face the boss shows you when he does the mechanic. So there's like the face on the screen, and he has right now a buff that says wearing the face of the god of truth. If we see that specific face, then it means that we have to take, like, we actually have to do what he says, or we get punished. But if we see the different face, then we have to do the exact opposite of what he wants us to do, or we get punished. And that tends to make people, like, I do remember that a lot of people have been completely dumbfounded by this boss because of that, because it feels like, well, I did exactly what the mechanic said, but a bit like the Kefka fight. If you don't get when you're supposed to, like, do the opposite of what he requests, then you're just, like, you have no chance. Like, if you don't get it. And I think they made it a lot more obvious with the Kefka fight. Even on Savage. Simon faces, indeed. I don't think they reworked the Kefka fight at all. It was always like that, it's just that the Savage version was a lot less obvious. See, that was the other face. Which means I'm pretty sure we're supposed to look at him.
has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is full.
They have not reworked any, like, savage fights or old raids, to my knowledge. They've only reworked, like, main quest stuff.
You are but blood to stain the circle. I am Revelation!
I haven't been against Kefka recently, but last time I was there,
You will be judged.
like the first time I was there, he had the obvious markers to my knowledge. It's just that on Savage, he's way different because his visual cue is a lot more subtle.
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Your claim to life is forfeit. I'm pretty sure that's a donut. Pretty sure. The Heavensward voice?
Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his master.
But we're not associated in any way, Mr. Agith Thadalphus.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own. Oh gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
I think it's because by Stormblood they started to use more clear mechanic markers and stuff. So it was it feels like it has you could easily convince someone who isn't sure that, oh, actually this content was actually reworked at some point. Or had got a shine up, because it looks closer in comparison to, say, the Shadowbringers and Endwalker content, if you compared it to Heavensward. A lot of things in Heavensward's raid Alexander, I feel like the markers are not like what you're supposed to do is not always super clear, whereas with the Omega raids in Stormblood, I feel like at least it's significantly clearer. It's not because you didn't get the marker that you died, at least in most cases, and that could easily make it feel like, oh, it's because they got that, that fresh up, because anything in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward that has gotten this shine up would look like that. Gleaming says, I still don't understand when I'm supposed to use the bomb or whatever in Alexander. The bomb when? And where? Look, I found candy! Oh, you're here too. Where am I? Father! Father! Ramza, and the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. Bruh.
The term you're looking for is thank you, upon which note I, Bagamnan, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, warrior of light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the orosite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick, Gejok here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one. She will bring it to me.
Which one? The cat girl, of course. I'm too short. Yoink. I was going to eat that.
Ah, this will look fine when I eat it.
Perfect.
Yes, this is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma, the Duma of Doma.
Eh? Dude. Hey. Rude. That's what we call a tough crowd. Just bang. Didn't like your pun.
Enough, Boggy. We would not have our guests think us underbred.
You killed him. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him.
Of course, a Banga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. No, my book!
Father.
You've only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Ha 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 ha.
What about Bwagi?
Get up, fool. We're leaving.
No one steals my candy. Now that's the reason why Smol Kai goes on the rest of this adventure, of course.
He stole my candy.
You actually thought it was Smol Kai, but it's actually like Kirby levels of like intuitive what's the word? Not enthusiasm. Enticement? Reasoning, at least, to go on an adventure. He took my food, so guess I'll hunt him down. You're going to be all right. Encouragement, yes, that's a good one. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on. I'm a healer. We can absolutely see to his wound. I'll cast Aspected Benefic. Didn't you see me do the Astrologian storyline? Are you kidding me? Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista, where there's a real healer that isn't wearing all pink and is tiny. Exactly, Kwasari. I believe it's something like that. There was a Kirby game where it basically just features Kirby hunting down someone who stole his cake. Gleaming says, in the one where there's like a bunch of mobs and Quick Things has a little mech. Well, there's one where there's like mechs you can control that you can use, like drag the bombs away from your raid. That's what you're supposed to do with them, as far as I know. And then there's the fight where you fight. I believe it's Quicksink itself. Oh, it is that one. Well, what you're supposed to do is just drag the bombs away. The problem is that unless you're doing it like minimum item level, the bombs don't really do enough damage to matter. So it's kind of better to just not use the mech. Like, that's usually just as effective. No, you can only move the bombs away from you. It's really weird. Steve says, fun experiment today, leveling a Dragoon from level 1 to 60 in 6 hours using squadrons. Oh boy. How far are you and how many hours do you have left? Or did you finish already?
Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind.
I don't know, man. I've arrived.
Ah, perfect. Sid is here. Now I can finally awake. Hi. Alma, Ramsa, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid. It was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt.
You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Caetsu here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. Hi, and I don't owe you anything, so... Candy? Food?
He's right. I've done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I'm its beneficiary nonetheless.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying orosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, and was assumed to be the case with Ysayle and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Sharlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for?
The legend would have us believe that Delaita Heiral, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story, but as I have discovered, there was another.
There is another?
2 others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of
Ramsa and Alma. Oh, so we're named after your favorite story characters, huh?
Huh?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Then...
To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings.
But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delaita had a close companion named Ramsa, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose.
Go on. And...
The world knows me as Genomus Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Araslam Durai. countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Alliance that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era.
You're tired, father, he said, looking at Sid.
Rest. I will continue. I know this story. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Alliance, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, their truth about Ivalice along with them. Why weren't they just burned?
What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing?
Don't tell them! I'll die!
This is my summoner book. I mean, the answer to that question can be found in this book. The only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. This, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas, it is not. The Durai papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. So we don't actually know if that's what it says. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers.
Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters?
I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages.
Then we're back to where we started. Wow, that's huge progress.
But we lost it all.
That's not a lot of progress.
Not necessarily. We still have the transcript as well as some few translated pages, and of course my father's impeccable memory. I've come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do.
It is as Master Garland said. He's a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please?
What? That's the sign of edible crystal. When it glows.
After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians. who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Caetsu, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you.
Music. Music. Hey, Sunthrone. Hope you're doing well.
Caetsu, where in the world have you been?
Right here, actually.
Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexenthal's research into the orosite may finally have borne fruit. That was quick. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. It would follow me to the shuttle, good lady?
And here we are.
Caetsu, Lady Mivrilla. Thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Sharlayan, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. Is it Kryl?
That would have been funny, though. It isn't, if I recall correctly. Mikoto, right. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery.
I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Sharlayan have made me a stranger here. You must be Caetsu Chaiji, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller.
Yes, me too, honestly. I agree.
Let us speak of the crystal.
Yeah, I do believe she always says, I thought you'd be taller. The Otius, one of but many orosite shards that aided noble Delightus' rise to regent.
Right. My apologies. The Otius is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency in RR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification.
The what? The what now?
The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimate placed the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment.
So question 1. The what now? Exactly, RG. What? Did someone say crystal? While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Aww. Aww. That was a bit mean, Sid. That was a little bit mean. You could have said that more nicely.
My apologies. I merely thought...
Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simple explanation will.
simpler. Right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only can emit elemental energies, orosite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release.
I don't know. I feel like that was pretty good. I kinda got that one, honestly. I kinda got that. Try again. Bruh.
Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the orosite and stored until fermentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest.
Fermentation. What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the odious takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Oh, nice! So it can make me food! Wonderful.
Yes. Yes. That is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Orosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power.
I know about this one! We know from the Turai papers that Argus was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions.
Yet the Argus encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the orosite in his position making realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argus who uttered them, but the orosite itself.
If the Durai papers are accurate, Argus was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The orosite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Caetsu, put to the sword. I don't have a sword, Sid. But sure. I sliced him with my sword-sharp card. Swing! Exactly, Aji. Just use the crystal to make more crystals. Smart.
Then you're saying the crystal could prove a threat?
The orosite, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramsa seemed to fare well enough. There's no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the orosite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marbles of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms, where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the 3 great continents.
You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Emir. Look at my Warrior of Light. Still not tall enough.
Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. I must go, my planet needs me. Imagine if we could, Tristan. We could make orosite. Ah, lunch. Perfect.
What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Agatha's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard?
Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head.
Ramsa, why won't you?
Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You've done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling?
No, I would never.
Rude? You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? What? Please tell me you can see that. This would have been the perfect moment to meme on Ramsa. No, I don't see it. Sunthrone says, these patch breaks always look a bit jarring when you do them in quick succession. Yes, I think it's really funny that they're like, come back later, and then you're like just standing there like, alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should do it. Talk again. Hey Rust, I hope you're doing well.
Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo.
Guards, get this...
Mont Blanc? The name is Mont Blanc. Denizen of Dalmascus deserts. Seeker of thrills. Adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo.
That's your second in command in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Or at least that is also someone named Mont Blanc. This sassy lost flying mole.
Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hure, Ellison, and others. Yet there's no record of a prominent Mughal population.
Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo.
Unless you're in Gridania, apparently.
A Mughal.
Of course I'm a Mughal, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic...
I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. I mean, that sounds pretty good. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Good job, Ramsa. Now you've made 2 people cry in a day. By mean of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage.
What else? What else? The Zodiac Rave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle.
Was this the Was this the realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo?
Now there's two of them.
Herdy, how did you...
I've arrived. You might be surprised by my voice. Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft? Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread?
But how is one to save a said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo.
And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it's not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow.
That is why you are mistaken, Herdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. I can feel it in my fingers, if I had any. Maybe I do have, like really tiny fingers. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo.
Kupo, enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do I imagine you would face against a pack of theater critics? Any troop would need proof of valor before it could even consider.
Craven! Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the majestic theater company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo.
Wait, I issued no such.
You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the majestic. Good day.
We didn't shake on it. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zo, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is mole bat, and I should warn you, Muggles do not take kindly to those who use it.
Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argus' wretched example?
Mont Blanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. No one issued that challenge.
Caetsu, you're the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance.
How am I the only one?
This feels like a random filler arc in an anime, doesn't it? And then suddenly Mughals. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters, thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions. Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken.
Pardon my language, but that Ramsar really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Mughal in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said, or the way the principal sat back and let him say them.
Is this conversation supposed to happen without Ramsar present?
But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Mughal before he does something we'll all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps?
Let me see, Gleaming said, Dawn Trail will be the first time... the first time I'm around to do Alliance raids as they're released, so the implied gaps in the stories will make sense this time. Well, the implied gaps, we don't know for certain how long they are supposed to be, but what we do know is that there's usually around 8 months between them. So, like, we don't know how long that is in, like, in-game time, but we do know that usually a while has passed, according to the story. Oh, right, I could have jumped over the railing. Good call, Russ. Templar, did he mean Reaper? Yeah, indeed. Oh, speak with A or B.
The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangshan, not a Belfast. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings.
Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Kubo.
The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin.
Bruh. Aha! The Cap says, does the Mughals' palm look weird, or is it just me? No, they look kinda out of place in a way sometimes, but they are supposed to look like that. It's intended. Leader Mavrilla is just that savage, talking mean business about Ramsar right next to him. Fair enough. She's just like, yeah, this guy, he sucks, right? Just looking him like, actually, this guy, specifically, while standing right there. So mean. I mean, Ramsar kind of deserved it, but still. Those are some chunky boys, by the way. Suddenly, warrior. Thank you. I think they're supposed to just look a little bit out of place, okay. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking?
Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick for like 3 minutes.
Both Herdy and Ramsa were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, floppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am.
Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes.
Huh?
Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think the Leiter united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Caetsu here was alone when she liberated Alamigo?
Actually, technically, she could be, because we discovered that yes, you can in fact solo Alamigo, the dungeon. So she could have been alone, hypothetically. Not all wars are won on the front lines. Airedale says, this quest is known as the Red Chocobo Apocalypse. On release day, there were so many chocobos spawning that people kept getting killed by meteors before managing to talk to the NPC. Is that the origin of Red Comet?
But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect, the mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Mont Blanc, can be that mastermind. You probably can't.
That was quick.
Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sand, scratch or siege to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out.
I could absolutely see why this would happen. Those chocobos were surprisingly tanky for, like, you know, 2 mobs spawn, kill them. Like, normally it doesn't take very much effort, especially if you're, like, geared. Even as a healer, I would say. So that surprised me how much punishment they took. So I could absolutely imagine that in, like, on release day, you just have, like, this flock of players just going over and clicking, and then you just have 200 birds.
The gun.
Please, this ship is a place of peace.
Release my sister, or you will answer to me.
When the cat's away.
See you, Emir. Thank you for joining.
Put that damn little thing down, Ramsa. You're not helping matters. But if I don't hold my sword, I can't do this cool idle pose. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagamnan.
You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father? Who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramsa. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say.
As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith.
Right?
Oh, but this isn't a weapon. This is not a weapon.
This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the orosite.
You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain?
After being emptied of Agath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether.
You're saying that Crystal ate our captain?
You thought it was food, but in fact, you were the food.
Not his body, no. Only his soul.
His soul.
Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world?
Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. Look, man, are you the racist?
First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Such toxicity. The boy can call us what he pleases. For past failings, we deserve no better.
Your failings?
30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were Faciliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina.
Nalbina Fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end.
Correct. Bar-Gamnan was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Razla, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dead, dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Gramsci thwart away drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been also survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. Delicious. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bar-Gamnan is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian.
She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one.
Garlean lies!
What they say is true. If we do not find Bar-Gamnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all?
Nope. No.
Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. It says... Suck it. Signed by Gamnan. Huh. That's rude.
Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it, until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is.
Is this Dalmascan?
Indeed it is. It says Ritorana. The lighthouse? Why would you write that? And in the old man's journal, no less.
There's a place on the Valnad Sea, far to the south of Rabanastra, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Rirana Cataract.
Right.
Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned.
Okay. Also, full stand Pierre music.
I must admit to knowing little of Ritorana save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest.
We've learned aught of interest.
Our studies reveal that Ritorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnad Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their posts after the fall of Rabanastra. But if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Oh yeah. Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties in with Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ritorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsabardian history with our translations of the derived papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ritorana. And while mention of the Valnad Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Rams's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of the lighthouse rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There's more. Only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. Excellent! Adventure! The Ritorana lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventure usually comes prepared. I should return soon. Or an adventure always comes prepared. Of course.
I think I've realized what caused me to like start just mashing and skipping this like the dialogue in this storyline when I did it originally. Because I just wanted to do the fighting, right? And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of backstory, but there's quite a lot in this one, isn't there? I would say the same applies for all of the Alliance raids, actually, so there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that's what happened. Something is very wrong here. That is a very big cogwheel. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. You could call them Bangar and not be toxic. Could you imagine? All you had to change was say Bangar instead of lizard. And you would stop being toxic.
Damn it, brother. Where are you? Damn it, brother. Brother.
I have a spyglass. I don't have a spyglass, apparently. Toxic is the name Ramsa Lexentale. He's actually Ramsa Toxictale.
Brother, I'm pinned here. Brother, brother.
This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of Bagamnan. Ramsa Toxicon, he's a sage. Haha. I like how they went and then draw the rest of the owl on me getting up on that high point. Just are you serious? You clicked 1 inch too far in front of him, so it doesn't count. Doink. Oh, you're here too.
You found him. Let me see, brother. He needs our help. Prince Razzler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. Agamemnon, wait!
Uh-oh.
Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You're mistaken, brother. You're mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. Traitors, you've also become Imperials.
Cool.
I know what you see and what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess?
Yeah, he's a Viper, that's true. He has 2 blades. The first Viper. He was here all along.
The Duma.
It has him! It has him, Kubo! It's showing him what he wants to see!
Witch! Murderess! Well, at least you corrected the gender on that one, I guess. Gun! Wabang! Gunfire. Bagamnon! So, this is the end, brother. Recite the words. Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother! Look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die! Not yet! In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. I'm gonna leave you here, by sword attested, by stone revealed. Bap. That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no. Your Bagamnan is evolving. My right arm is a lot stronger than my left arm. Don't ask why. Oh. Well, that was disappointing. Whatever you're doing, you need to leave the lighthouse and right now. Right away. Do you hear? You don't say. It is as we feared then. Bagamnan's soul is lost. Oh, music. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bagamnan is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction.
Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond.
Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. Rude. Smol Caetsu was searching for the lizard. Rude. I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. Why is Ramsa so rude? And
And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gaug. Of Gog? The what work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there is no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest? The possibility that we Guardians are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gog. It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of elegant technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of...
That necklace. Where did you get it, girl?
This? It was my mother's.
Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask?
Agamemnon had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears.
And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Sorry?
Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all.
Can you believe the nerve of this boy? I know, right? Wow. Enough, Ramsa. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramsa? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's for that matter? I realize that I'm being a little bit racist. I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear a family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. I'm sorry, I realize that I'm being a little bit toxic. He's like, Ramsa is weird as a character, like incredibly weird.
Alright. He's getting his reps in. Right. Once again, if you want to join me for Read Lighthouse, I am on Alpha Light in the Europe region, so, you know, come over here. Join up if you would like. With that said, I will be right back before we continue. Alright, I'm back. Day says I can come join. You can. Are you on Alpha Light? And thank you, Sukep. Thank you so much. Alright, I'll wait for you. Computation, is that the one with the math questions? I did see that Tristan said that they were going to get some food, I believe. But if they are still listening in on the stream, then they would at least hear that we're probably starting soon. I'll probably do another ready check And then we'll see what we do. Computation, which is the, I'm guessing is, as you said, it's the math mechanic. For those that are confused by it, the way that it works is that the boss will set your HP to a fixed number. I believe like between 1 and 9 or something like that. And then in the text, because he doesn't have any spoken voice lines, just in the text he will say that you have to match it to like a multiple of something, for example. So you might say a multiple of 3. So that means that you have to get your HP to be equal to 3, 6, 9, 12 or something like that. And there will be 4 circles in front of you. And they will add 1, 2, 3, and 4 to your HP so that you can make your HP equal to what he wants it to be. The second time, which either right in Kugane is the closest, probably Kugane Dori Markets. The second time he will always ask you to be equal to a prime number, I believe. I'm pretty sure he does it every time the second time. And specifically 1 is not considered a prime number. So that means if your HP starts at 1, then you have to at the very least add 1. But if you do happen to get 1 HP as your number, that is like the easy mode. Yeah, exactly, Gleaming. 1 is not prime because prime numbers have exactly 2 factors, themselves and 1. But 1 only has 1 factor. Precisely. I think we've talked about this before, and came to the conclusion that that was a very nice way to put it. But yeah, if you like, obviously there would be at least one way to solve it. Gazel says everyone should have learned what a prime number is, right? Technically, yes. However, the problem is that I'm pretty sure in school it's pretty common like that you might get like the general explanation, but by the age that a lot of children, I believe, learn something like prime numbers, they might not care that much. So they'll just go, oh, I'll probably be fine if I just remember that it's 2, 3, 5, and so on, right? And they'll just remember a few of them. And when they no longer need it, out of memory. Just forget about it. No chance. But the thing is, it's not exactly as Tay says, it's not something used every day, so people just forget. I know what a prime number is because I'm a mathematician. Like, it's a little unfair that, like, if I was like, oh, don't you know primes? Everyone should know a prime. Don't you know your trigonometry formulas by heart? Why not? Don't you use them every day? I don't, but like that's kind of how, at least how it feels to me, to demand from someone to know what a prime is, because someone who works with numbers every day would be more likely like someone who works with a specific subject would be way more likely to remember it. Like that's also why like a lot of players are not super good at understanding like how many targets before you switch to AoE, even though it's as almost always as simple as, well, is A more like A times 3 more than B, or is A times 2 more than B? they might not actually take the second to to go, well, let's see, 120 times 2. Well, that is more than 190. There was also a time before Endwalker where it wasn't as simple as 3 targets plus for most jobs, and then 2 targets for some. Before Endwalker, there were some jobs where it was like, well, on 2 targets you do this, on 3 targets you do this, and then on 4 or more targets you do this because of the scaling. And before Shadowbringers, I can't remember exactly, but I can remember that I had to sit down and figure out, is Flare actually better than Fire 2 on an infinite number of targets? Because it has like a gradual drop-off in damage, or it had. I believe the 6th target took 70% less damage. Which meant that it did, I'm pretty sure, less damage than Fire 2, or something to that effect, or at least almost exactly the same damage as Fire 2, and because Fire 2 had a shorter cast time and all that. Well, I mean, Gleaming mathematician, we're talking like limits, right? If we say X goes towards infinity, is Flare's potency per target on average greater than the potency of Fire 2 per target if X tends toward infinity? And now we're starting to talk math where most people go, what? Wasn't that Flood of Darkness a gain on 4? That could be possible. That sounds reasonable. But yeah, that is that is the thing. If you've seen like players from before Endwalker are probably much more likely to not just take your word for it if you say, oh, just AoE on 3+ targets, because there was a time where you absolutely didn't do that. Some jobs did it on 4. It wasn't just expected that it was on 3+ targets. And then they changed. Like, I remember looking at a lot of potencies leading up to Endwalker and going, huh, well, that means that they're better on 3 or more targets. And that means that they're better on 3 or more targets, and so on. And it was so incredible, because I remember it was something like, I believe Total Eclipse and Prominence for Paladin, just as an example. I'm pretty sure that one was better on 4 or more targets. So that you were actually like on up to 3 targets. Sorry. On up to 3 targets, you basically went 1, 2, 3 Goring Blade, 1, 2, 3 Goring Blade, 1, 2, 3 Goring Blade. So like spread your dot on every target. Hypothetically, at anyway, like when doing your filler. But on 4 or more targets, you did Total Eclipse Prominence. Then, with Endwalker, they adjusted the potency so perfectly that the average potency per target for Total Eclipse and Prominence combined was like 10 more potency than what you would get by doing single target. Like, they made it so that it was perfectly, just barely better. Potencies might have changed since, so I don't remember exactly what they were. But it was so exact that it looked like they had specifically sat down and gone, okay, how much do we need to buff or adjust the AoE potencies so that they're better on exactly 3 targets but not 2? And then they got to the healers and just went, whatever. Steve says, I got O-level maths, and most of what you learn is never used again, and they don't do O-levels anymore. I'm old. Fair enough. Like, that's it changes with like the times. For example, I had an extremely brief introduction to trigonometry before I went to like a gymnasium. So like in grade school levels, I had about trigonometry. I had it again in like an extra year. Complicated Danish stuff, don't worry about it. But then when I started at the gymnasium, which is like somewhere around high school, I think. But not mandatory, it is an option. That was the first thing we did for like 2 months. Just only trigonometry. Whereas in like grade school levels, it was like, maybe there'll be a question on it in the exam, but you'll probably be handed the formula you need if there is one. Something to that effect. Meanwhile, my father has like a formula book from when he went to school that has all of the trigonometry formulas because they were important, apparently. And they were a lot more. It was a lot more complicated because you couldn't just pull out like a complicated calculator and just punch in the numbers. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of math, read around a lighthouse. Let me do a ready check. I'm going to guess that Tristan isn't back. Also, Kep said, what is Ivalice? And Aradel says, it's a world created by Yasubi Matsuno and his team, wherein Final Fantasy XII, Tactics, and Tactics Advance takes place. Indeed. Thank you. Oh, Tristan is back. Perfect. Well, in that case... Uh-oh. Well, that's a bad sign. We'll give it a bit. Last time it said 10 minutes and immediately popped, so we might be fine. Gleaming says, I think it's good to make it work better on 3+. It's intuitive to the way that you play the game. If there's 2 enemies, it makes sense to focus down one of them. It's actually interesting because it gets weirder than that. I'm gonna look into taking an advanced math class online for fun. I miss doing math, so I want to get warmed up again. Go for it. But it gets weirder than that. If there's only 2 targets, then most jobs actually benefit from like alternating the 2 targets. So like smack a little bit on the one and a little bit on the other one. Like healers might want to like dot up both targets, so on and so forth, making 2 targets very confusing. Like one of the I believe monks, you would do like you would do demolish on both targets and then 1 snap punch. So it basically like flips the amount of times you do your like step 3 combos. What, Castle? PH is our gain on 3, BH our gain on 2. I don't understand. What is PH and BH a shorthand for? Am I completely missing something? Oh, pure healer and barrier healer, right? Of course. Is that true? 130. It's actually white mage AoE is a gain on 3, because gravity 2 is 130 potency and Fold Malefic is 250. So it would just be white mage that is a gain on 3. Right? Don't worry about it, Gassel. Look at the Magisters, and then there's this brief stretch where Scholar's AoE is a gain on 1. Exactly. Which is why I'm saying that it feels like they were like, alright, so how much potency do we need to give these actions to make sure that they're exactly a gain on 3, but only exactly on 3? And they like went through the motions of setting it up for basically all jobs, all of the tanks, almost, because they forgot something about Stalwart Soul, and then all of the DPS, pretty much, and then they got to the healers and were like, Whatever. Te says, isn't Ruin 2 better around like 40ish levels? So it's complicated. Ruin 2 does less damage than Ruin 1, but Broil does way more damage than Ruin 2, even though Ruin 2 also gets a small potency buff when you get Broil. So the way that it pans out is Ruin 1 does like 10 potency more than Ruin 2. However, every time you hardcast Ruin 1, your auto attacks, yes, your auto attacks, are delayed by 1 second for the cast time that is not in the slide casting window. And this adds up over time. Spamming Ruin 2 while in melee range and auto attacking, doing so-called book smacks, as we call them around here, will do almost exactly the same damage as just spamming Ruin 1. Possibly also spamming Ruin 1 and auto attacking. And the worse your gear is relative to your level, the better Ruin 2 becomes because of this. Because the relative strength you have compared to the rest of your stats will be higher, because your strength as a healer is going to be a fixed number, whereas the rest of your stats is going to increase. Unless you're wearing those weird gear pieces that give strength and mind. I'm pretty sure doses starts much lower. What you need to do, Gazel, is if you open your actions and traits and go to traits, you'll notice that by level 70, where you start as Sage, you've already passed 1 or 2 or even 3 traits that boost the potency of doses. It's quite wild. I think it's not even 250, but I'm not 100% sure. The easiest way to test it is if you go in here, take unrestricted party and level sync, and then just queue in, pop into Sastasha real quick and check what the potency says. Because if you have a trait that changes the potency of an action at all, then you cannot easily access what it's supposed to be without just scaling down to the level. That is something that I've had to deal with on account of using low-level tooltips for guides sometimes. I can't remember how low it goes, but I feel like doses goes all the way down to 180 or something like that, which is still pretty good for a healer attack. You know, I feel like I remember that pretty well, Matthew. Thank you. Thank you for checking. But the thing is that this trick with using using your spamming your AoE attack, for example, as a Sage, would possibly have been competitive if it wasn't for the fact that doses starts at a surprisingly high potency, and also your strength as a Sage is abysmally low. Oh, right, my portrait. I was just about to check something. I don't know if the compact view ever shows the base potency. Sorry, the non-compact mode. Because the reason why doses is weird is because the 180 potency is doses 1. The 300 potency is also doses 1. It's just, it gets like just a boost. As like just built in. It's just attached to it. Like compare that to Astrologian where it's like, oh, now you get Malefic 2 and 3 and 4 and then Fall Malefic. And Gravity 2. What raid are you in? I am in Ridurana Lighthouse, which is an alliance raid from Stormblood. Exactly, Aji. That was what we were talking about a little bit ago. That for some weird reason, White Mage is the outlier, the only outlier. Oh, perfect. It's not on my side. That was a weird placement of my earthly star. Whoops, I thought my mouse was somewhere else. I think it'll still hit the boss though. I think. Dark Evil. Exactly, look at the magic. If only Sage could also bring a book. That would have been way more effective. Ow, 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 ow. Don't chase me. And yeah, exactly, that's the water. See, that was the water boss that I was like, I know there's a water boss that is always appearing as the first boss somewhere, but I felt like there was another water boss for some reason. And then I've just, like, I guess I just remember that ice boss from the previous raid as just ice. And then we have a different one that is just water. But that was not true. I sure wonder if people will be attacking the ads. People are very spread out for a mechanic you're supposed to stand together for. Now this is a good stack. That's what I call a good stack. Ow. That's what I call a good stack. I couldn't see that I was standing in the blast. Or rather, I was focused on something else.
Draw! On staccato!
Dark Eber again.
Okay, it says I'm not that I'm interested in playing healer, but watching this, I feel like Astra is too complicated for me. Astrologian is can be very overwhelming. Personally, I typically play all the other healers. However, the way that the Smol Kai unlocks jobs is that we vote on it, and the vote said Astrologian. In fact, I put out a poll I put out a member poll where I asked what we do once we've done Ivalice and Omega and the Four Lords optional trial series, like when we start moving on to Shadowbringer stuff. And it was a landslide victory of saying, just play more Astrologian. Just level Astrologian up to 80 and continue. So we're playing more Astrologian. But normally, I feel more comfortable playing the other healers. So that's what I would have done otherwise. Alright, those. Don't they all explode? I feel like there's something with these exploding. Or something like that. Oh, they're perfectly spaced, so I can't AoE them. Wonderful. You think Scholar feels lacking? I feel like Gazel would have a word with you on that one. Like, my go-to healers are actually Sage and Scholar. I guess it's just that I have a preference for barrier healers more than anything else. I think this holds true, Lokadamaji, with any healer. If everything is going well, then no one notices the healer. If something goes wrong, then everyone, like, immediately... Like, if healing is not going perfectly, then people start looking at the healer. And I feel like that applies to any healer, really. Wait. Oh, I already have that trait. A tank is dead. And it's a warrior. Weird. What are the chances? They need to be split up. They need to be split up. They need to be split up. We're going to wipe if if we only have 2 tanks stepping up. Just barely. The way those circles work is that if someone steps in them, they turn 90 degrees, so you can, like, multiple people can easily mess it up, which might sound familiar from the Heavensward Alliance raid. And that is absolutely true. Like, it's one of those kinds of mechanics where if you don't understand it, just don't do anything. When did Reese get that slow? The slow debuff, I mean. You're right. The chain. I have never quite understood it. I'm guessing that you're supposed to run as far away as possible with it, but I don't know. It's always fun with mechanics like that, where they never actually lead to a wipe, so you never need to learn what they mean exactly. Ooh. A snipe. Hey, we level 71. When you have a moment of wait, am I level 71 or 72 now? Ah, yes, multiples of 3, if anyone's wondering. I've always told stories about how there literally scrolls on the on the way to the boss, telling you the math that you need to understand for the boss. Defensive protocols. Are we going to kill a bunch of them or not very many before they go poof into battle formations? Good luck with your cact pods, okay? Oh right. How about some more mobs? Just 3 more. But this time you don't get free damage uptime on them. I seem to recall that they have like a random frontal line AoE or something that they use every so often. Alright, and then there's those. Those things. I just saw that it's at multiples of 3. I don't know if that card or that scrawling also talked about multiples of 4. They aren't splitting up. The reason why they weren't dying is because they had those like beams to them. See, there's the primes. Yes, all the way up to 31. Nice. Yeah, those 3 mobs didn't need to be split up. Is there a possibility that Aji is significantly behind on the live? Oh, there's some AoEs there. And there's a stack marker. Oh boy. Will we fight enough people in time? That makes things difficult. Don't remember which way he spins. Or if he spins that way, okay. Oh, there's the computation mode. Multiples of 3. Multiples of 4. Nice. The amount of access, yeah. Indeed. Well, I had, as I said, it's not everyone's good at math, unfortunately. And it is a little bit like sudden. Like you're in the middle of a boss fight, and then he goes, math time! And some people are not prepared for that. I'm also pretty sure that if he had voice lines, that would help immensely on the understanding of the encounter. Like if there was like a voiceover that said the things that he said, so that I didn't have to say it, then it would probably go a lot easier, I think. Ow. Dun 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 dun. The reward for coming out first. Is seeing him dance. Oh boy. I mean, you go over to Narnia with your stack marker, sure. Go for it. Not much you can do if they run away with it. Increasing difficulty. No. He's using cooldowns to make his math harder. Primes. But I'm already on a prime. Multiples of 3. Look at this hero group. With 4 out of 4 across the board. I knew you could do it, team. Does he... He turns really fast. Really fast. Right. First, save those we can save. If I remember correctly, if you come back here after having completed the rest of the dungeon, I'm pretty sure he's just dancing. I think. I'm pretty sure that you can go back once you've completed the dungeon. He is having a good time. Look, he's just enjoying his day. He's like, well, what I actually wanted to do is do math, so let's do math.
Don't worry about my right arm, honey.
Have I waited for this? Empire is a cancer! Smol. I am the barber's blade. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my... I tell you, limb from limb! Escape this!
Escape this! Turns into that.
Agony and sorrow! Your suffering is not yet over.
Hi guys! Missing a healer? Now the right arm is no longer a problem. Oh, that's true. Now the problem is a little different.
Like a knife through butter. Bonk, bonk.
Turn! Bonk, bonk. Wow, the other alliances are not doing very well.
Your suffering is not yet over.
This is the kind of boss that is pretty common to have at least one wipe on, as I know.
Escape this!
I don't wanna. Brawr. Brawr.
Your pain is my pleasure. You will not have mercy. Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow.
Dust storm.
I, the captain, shall deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers.
Now the right arm is no longer a problem. I don't know if I already commented on that. I think I did. I'll turn into this.
You will pay for what you have done with blood.
A does not have a it does not have a tank. That is a problem. Let me help them with that. I feel like this is usually the mechanic that wipes groups because, like, you enter this mechanic with a ton of dead players. Kinda like we did, when you think about it. Hey, Rolling Rocks, hope you're doing well. This Alliance Raid literally brings my childhood back. Yeah, I could imagine.
This is far from finished, Guardians!
I don't know if there is a pattern to it, Locathamagi. But it's a valid question. I wonder. Maybe they change it up depending on what they need?
Your suffering is not yet over.
Anime says, have you ever played Final Fantasy XII? Very little. But technically, yes.
I'll tell you, live from live! You will not have mercy! Recognize you better!
More dust storm.
Feel the wrath of my brothers!
Again? I didn't know he would do it twice. Uh-oh.
Shall deliver the king's justice!
Oh, it's not the information version. It's just he goes tornado mode.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tell you, live from live! You will not have mercy! Your suffering is not yet over.
Oh boy. That's a weird overlap.
How about some more dust storm? I know you love this one.
My wounds give me strength.
Uh-oh.
Enough.
I... Oh, right. Enough! Anyway, back to my recipe. Let's see here. Like a knife through butter was what I said.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Brap.
Agony and sorrow. My death.
We did it! We didn't even wipe.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
It is a lot of agony and sorrow. And a lot of knives and butter. Like, an incredible amount of knives and butter. Making sandwiches for us all. Ah, that's the follow-up that comes after. Like a knife through butter. Let me see. I feel like I've done this before, but let me just go see if we can. Maybe with the teleport crystal. Also, good call whoever did it that put down the team markers. Do we have to run through the entire dungeon again to do this? I think we might. I still want to see it. But yeah, the things that usually go wrong in this dungeon is mainly related to ads. You know, 3 ads. Like the second boss. Wasn't it the second boss? Where we had the 3 ads that we just couldn't split. It's not like markers would have helped much. The problem was ultimately that it looked like... So one tank stepped up immediately to peel a mob. But another tank took a lot of time to do something about it. I think they didn't... Either they had used provoke on a mob and incidentally that just didn't work out, or they had forgotten that they could provoke, because it feels like they just suddenly went, oh right, provoke, like right at the end when there was only 2 mobs left. Hey Gambler, hope you're doing well. Tristan says, I did the markers, save those from during Moogle event where I ran Ivalice a lot. That's smart. Erigil adds, in Final Fantasy XII, Yasmat is the ultimate super boss and has so much HP that the fight takes several hours. Really? Like as a standard? Or is it like there is a way to go about it? Or is it genuinely like it's just he has an absolutely ludicrous amount of HP and that's just the way it is? Thank you for coming, Rust. We're doing a victory lap, as it were. Whee! In the original PS2 version, there were precious few ways to do more than 9,999 damage per hit, and Yasmat had something like 52 million HP. Right, so we want to make a really hard boss. Right. So how much how many ones can we add to this binary number? How big can we make the number without the game breaking? I mean, smash cut to the actual boss fight. Correction, 50 million and some change. And look, there he is. Oh man, he's having a good day. Waiting for command. Hey James, hope you're well. I'm well. Look at this guy. He's schmoovin'. I'm very, very curious how that went down in like I'm just saying, this animation is used while you're in the intermission of the fight. When you come out early, he's doing this while waiting for you. Which means that like every time you do the run, at most 2/3 of the entire raid will actually see this at all. And they will not see very much of it. And aside from that, they use it here at the end. Like, I'm very curious if they made this beforehand, if it was supposed to have a bigger importance to the fight, and then they just didn't need it, or what happened. Or if this is something also related to Ivalice, and he just has to do this. James says, I've always taken it to be a practical joke by the team. I mean, I'm also all for it. The reason why I'm curious is because I'm just saying, this probably took a while to animate. So I'm just saying, that's a really expensive, expensive joke, right? Oh, don't worry, Siren. We go for longer on Saturdays. Third Alliance Raid delayed. Kai must watch Robot Dance for an hour. I actually thought you said or must watch because I can't see it because there's the little emote thing in the bottom right of the live chat. And look at the magic says in the Zodiac Age remake, I think his health is the same, but breaking the damage limit is easier to the fights. The fight is long, but not as long. It is pretty funny that he has over 50 million HP when it's that hard to do damage. Like when I said, is there some gimmick to it? It's like, I was thinking, maybe you can just like use some sort of spell to just kill him. Like there's some trick to it. But if it's actually, oh no, you're supposed to fight him fair and square. There's no trick. That is hilarious, in a way. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless. Well. The gimmick for Yasmat is that you can leave and his health doesn't recover under most circumstances. Oh, oh, so it's like something you can come back and work on. that is pretty funny as a gimmick. I'm gonna take a few million here, a few million there. I'll get back to it another day. Alma, are you there?
I'm here, Ramsa.
Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Gamnan's possession?
Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal.
Oh, they are. Orosite.
There's something awfully threatening about a Moogle with like a giant, like a whole battle axe at the length of a Moogle.
What's the problem, Chief? I'm just holding my comfort battle axe. Don't worry about it.
Orosite. And what makes you say that?
Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy?
Do you recall me telling you that Gamnan considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Razler. He was to return it to Prince Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
A family keepsake.
Of course, and each necklace, each orosite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the orosite guides us.
Ramsa, are you recovered?
Thank you, sister. I'm well now. Have I lost my toxicity somehow?
From what we know of the Duma and the From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an orosite. Would it be then that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? She said the thing! But who could that have been? Ramsa Beowulf. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lysalia and Gog, you ask? Simple. We're being tested. The orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truce. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Mevrilla. That's not Ramsa. Lady Mevrilla? Since when did you... Ramsa, are you feeling quite yourself? You're not being toxic. Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better.
I sense a disturbance in the ether.
Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove... Oh. Thank you, Caetsu. I know not what came over me. Ramsa, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Did he regain his toxic? Erdal says, the name Yasmat is an inside joke using the first syllables of Yasumi and Matsuno, the creator of the game. That is a pretty good one.
Ah, good one.
Another adventure under our belts, eh, Caetsu? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Thessalia and now Gog. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentalis claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomis has proved that his ancestors were not the heretics the church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Ramsa, at Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well.
I don't know if that is well. He became toxic again too fast.
Greetings and salutations, Caetsu. I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us.
I don't know, it's been like 5 seconds.
The good news is he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it is not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right about the airship Lexentale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from the from inquisitive ears?
You've got it. The next question, the next question is then, where exactly did Ramsa and his fellowship journey next? We've arrived. Ah, Caetsu, so what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. Well, why am I here then? I apologize if we caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Marilla. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Oh boy.
Caetsu, when did you...
Oops.
Alma. I'm fine, brother.
Brother?
It's obvious you're not. You must return to your chambers and rest.
Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father.
Welcome back, Emir. Hope you're doing well. I would say we're winning. We watched a robot dance. Wouldn't you call that winning? Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Estersands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lesalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana cataract. Remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lesalia, Gog, what have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' accounts of the rise of Ivalice, the derived papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There's no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you're all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramsa's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Oran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church. Then, what are we aiming for? Yeah, we are on our way to the final raid. We just started on the quest, actually. The adventures of Smol Kai and her insatiable hunger in Ivalice. Indeed, and she's not been allowed to have any of the crystals. She's starving over here. I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I've enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. Yes, you can join. Of course you can. Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what trouble those two will see us into. Though, I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would have ever dared to imagine.
When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo?
What? And you wonder why Ramsa despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramsa Beowulf. If we can find any evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Oran's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delighter's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitious ruin. Orosite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and Gog. The Lucavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramsa silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Orosite. And with each confrontation did Ramsa's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies, and so did they endure until reaching their final destination, the Aubon Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Aubon Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After the Lighter emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramsa's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the orosite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who, or what, would have the means to create something so powerful?
Angry.
Ultima, the High Seraph. Gleaming says, sorry I zoned out and heard there's a line about it in the Zodiac Raid story. Aha! No, I didn't say that. But understandable confusion, because I do sometimes add my own lines for comedic effect, right?
A seraph? What is a seraph?
Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Seraphs are big fairies that scholars get, indeed.
Interesting. What if the Smol Caetsu claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph?
Curious.
But that would mean... What would that mean? I've spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation. While they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible. At least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Elegans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane, as to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge onto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here?
Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Oh, I've been standing behind the door waiting for my moment for like an hour. You can't even... I had to jump into hiding when the other people came through. Like, you won't even believe it. Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Mikoto requested.
Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed.
A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important.
If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the abandoned monastery.
Well, that I could. Would that I could. Would that I could.
You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Mivrilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zershel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. The monastery. Zershel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zershel, is established to be... However, especially one... Let me see. Zershel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zershel is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we see can only be that which bisects Golmor on the Naxian border. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain.
Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo.
Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins much like those we've discovered in Lysalia and Gog, but the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their leaders. Before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kubo.
So that is why we're still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Arbonne monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Caetsu Chaiji and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had an area subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself short too, my dear. Here's to your success. Here's to your success. Good day.
Good day!
Indeed, we're basically just camping in this little area here. We just talk with the gatekeep to get in if someone is like wanting to surprise us. James also said, I like to imagine they taste like pop rocks, the crystals. I don't know, I was like thinking like giant like hard candy with just different flavors. Like some berry flavor depending on their color. Like I mean Heidelin is probably like a blueberry or something like that. My people!
I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first, I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genomes and Ramsa would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are naught but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the orosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otius, well before even his first foray into Rabanastra. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the orosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the orosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Otius has never resonated with Genomes. It has always been his wife's pendant and its orosite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the orosite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Bagamnan. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. Balance this cylinder-like object flatly on my palm for some reason. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect.
The city below is all abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kobo?
What a random way to stop that conversation. I do feel like no offense to this story. I think it's interesting, but I do feel like there's a lot of like random non sequiturs where it's just like, now there's two Mughals here. And you're sitting there like, why are they here? And then the conversation, like the story kind of just moves on. Like just, no, now the Mughals are here. Also, by the way, you need to help them. There's this thing with the red chocobos and such. And we just had this conversation with Mikoto, and she doesn't really get to finish, and then a Moogle comes in like, oh, by the way, there's a Banga outside. So it just feels a little weird. The thing is, I've played Tactics Advance. I know Mont Blanc is the name of your second in command in that game. He's like your bro. So he's not that weird. The weird part is more that he's just like suddenly in the story, it feels like they could have added him in a different way, for example. I don't know. That's also why I'm saying I think the story is nice, it's fine. I just think that some things happen a little bit weirdly.
Apologies, Caetsu, but I need to speak with you, and you alone.
Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot.
Why, you? What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now?
Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some.
Golmore, you of all creatures should know that is Vera land. What are you offering then?
Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kobo.
I should have expected as much. Very well. Caetsu, I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you.
Gambler says it's just a lot of what he just read. It's all that science explanation stuff. Well, to be fair, right, the first time Mikoto explains it like that, Sid tells her, no one understands that. She adjusts her answer, and he goes, still nope. She changes her answer again, and then Sid goes, what she's trying to say is this. Like, the point that they're trying to get across is Mikoto is not very good at explaining, like, complex subjects in a simple way that normal people would understand. She's only good in, like, with fellow scientists, you could say. And this just comes back, where she mentions it again. You're basically just supposed to go, oh, right, the thing that Sid explained for us, but she obviously can't do that because her quirk there, like, as a character, is that she's not very good at explaining complicated things in a simple way. So that one, like, I'm like totally okay with. However, if you did this storyline on patch, right, when it would actually come out, I'm pretty sure that this quest we're doing right now was released like a year, like actually a year later than the first part. Because I believe, at least in Shadowbringers, there was like a 6-month patch cadence or something like that. Now it's, well, 3 months patch cadence, which means that the first Alliance Raid would come out. 6 months later, the next one comes out, because they come out every other patch. And then 6 months later, the last part comes out. Now we have 4-month patch cadence in Endwalker instead. Which is then means 8 months and then 8 months, right? For each Alliance Raid step. If Stormblood had 3-month patch cadence, that would still mean that this quest would be a year later. So Mikoto going, oh, you remember that time when I was talking about the NRR thingamajig? You're just going to be sitting there like... The what? And I'm pretty sure New Game Plus didn't exist yet back then, so you couldn't just, like, go back and do the story again. Not as easily, at least. So I get that might be annoying. It's just, that's just a character in the story, and that's how they are. And it could use like a little "she means this" pop-up or something for those that don't remember, like a little summary. Like, you know, like the anime where it's like, last time on Dragon Ball Z. Naradel adds, New Game Plus was added in Shadowbringers 5.1. Thank you. I do think, however, that Mikoto does win a lot of points with her being very adorable indeed. So, like, a lot of people lets that whole thing slide. And I'm guessing that the whole thing they're going for is, like, excessively nerdy cute girl character, right? She's just missing a pair of glasses she can adjust.
Let me know when you're ready to depart for Rabanastra. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. We have to ride in my ship.
Whee!
Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Rinok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmasca and Faciliers.
And the occupying guardians actually said yes, Kubo?
Not exactly. We're now with the resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove 1 head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lentis Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you.
Me? Well, I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kubo.
Not you, Hairball. Her.
Oh,
Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Kaitsu. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kogane unharmed. You have our...
Yes? Hmm? Well, got your tongue?
Rabanastra dead ahead, lads. Lads! 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 This way. We've many malms to cover before nightfall.
Well, that's going to be a long, long walk because my legs are short. Hope you brought candy or something. Bruh.
I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator.
Here I thought she'd be taller.
Bruh.
I knew it. Aviera.
I'm Fran, proud daughter of Dalmascan, General of Lentis Tears. And yes, Mogul, I am Aviera. Are you surprised?
Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kubo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer.
Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Obon. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Goldmoor jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Vagi tells me you travel with Guardians, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such?
My blade has tasted the blood of too many Guardians to count. My blade that I don't have.
And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you're not slaying an individual. You're slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart.
You misunderstand. Kind Genovis does not approve of the Empire's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kubo.
And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out.
General, there's no need for threats.
You're right, Vagi. Let us then parley.
Parley?
Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldenar Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald, even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Abon.
And what of the Lex Entalis?
See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? I'll deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so.
I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Gobo.
Vagi, you and the Faciliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received.
Yes, General.
That was a very detailed turn and walk animation.
Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess.
Thank you for checking in, Sokep. Enjoy your evening. Little Smol Kai craves violence. Just cue the doom music. And it's totally fine, James, that you can't take Smol Kai seriously. She hardly can take this story seriously herself, so... I think it's perfect that I can just, like, I just turn the camera and you just see Tay over there, just... And then there's Tristan. And then we have Ymir and Aradel watching over them.
What an adventure, Corpo. Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry, if I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Corpo.
This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual.
Who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kubo.
It seems Kaitsu's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Elmar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. All right, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and Let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment.
Bruh. I will say that Hancock is very effective.
Well then, Caetsu, what are we waiting for? I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. I suppose we should inform Waki down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us.
Well, Lena, the difference here is that in those other cases, to some degree, we just kind of did stuff. And then when things were looking good, the nations just like joined in on it in a way. In this case, we're just coming in and going, can we have stuff? It doesn't benefit you. Not exactly.
So you've an answer from East Aldenard already. Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then.
Personally, I knew of Viera because I played Tactics Advance, and very important was that Viera was the race that could be, they could be fencers and red mages, and you know I love me some red mage. I believe they were also the ones that could be summoners in Tactics Advance, which I also very much like. They were also the ones that could be assassins, which were also very, very cool, so I mean... It wouldn't be surprising if I had multiple Viera in like in a fight in Tactics Advance. So I knew. I'm sad we don't have a fencer class.
Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we, Caetsu?
Wolf's Den Pierre music! Commence!
A lovely lady and a banger. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Caetsu. Ah, but excuse my manners. I'm Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Wagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I've come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Ivalice Alliance.
Bruh. Thank you both for coming. I am Waki, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fossilius. I now claim allegiance to Lentis Tiers, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have done, what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us?
Allow me to begin, then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek.
Cut the music!
As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the
And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I mean to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Eldonard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and... You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Kaetsu knows all too well, it is not my choice. Right then? Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance.
Thanks. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre.
The 4th Legion has already defeated you once, lacking unity and leadership. The current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma, as a full-fledged ally, would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet, even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lentis Tears, am I correct?
Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected.
You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out?
You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader.
I just want to remind you all that this guy is the one that said a funny pun and then got shot earlier in this stream. That's this man.
Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Wait, what about the Golmora jungle?
You figured that one out.
Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased.
It is quite incredible that Viera are that popular, given that it had that it is so much younger of a race compared to many of the other ones in Final Fantasy XIV. It is pretty compared to other MMOs. Usually I reference World of Warcraft on this. You will usually see that the newer races, unless there's some sort of incredible advantage to playing them, they will never be as popular as some of the first ones that were added to the game. Gun's only lethal when the writer demands it so. Exactly. It was more that, but also more to say that he seems pretty smart for someone who just randomly throws out a pun like that. Not to say that you exactly puns are smart, but it's just he came off as a much goofier character initially, right? If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask.
I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Caetsu on this wild Paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Waki mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be.
People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine.
Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed.
If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kobo.
I would not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many phases of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose...
You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector.
The door was open.
Ha! This man, Bwagi. Zach says, Professor Kai, my grandson is now watching your stream. Oh, hello, Zach's grandson. I hope you're having a good day.
And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lentis Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomus, Zen Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista.
What is it your leader would have of us?
While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempt to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. It is most generous. He's only one. Oh, okay. Well, still hope he enjoys it. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. Hey Traga, hope you're doing well. His name is Parker. Hey Parker. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot our course immediately. Ramsa, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger small. Keep your wits about you, Caetsu. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Gamnan. If you'll excuse me.
Are you mad? A trip to the service in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name.
The Sharlian has no say in this. I'm your father and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you?
Mother! That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Aura name. No, you only seek to use the orosite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the orosite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations.
That is a bad idea.
Do you hear what you're saying, Alma?
Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so.
Your brother's right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late.
Well then. Has that been floating there all along?
I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramsa more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own.
I cast Isuna.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Help me, Rams. Alba!
Was that the intended result, Mikoto?
No! No! Gods forfend.
She's just there as an outsider like, oh boy. Weirdos.
I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one.
Gale approves. A hand, anyone? Wait. A hand? Anyone? High fives the hand. Slaps the hand, exactly. Shadowheart disapproves. Oh.
Caetsu, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery.
Come. We leave for the Golmod jungle. Now. Thank you, Siren. I appreciate that.
Have I your permission to depart, Caetsu? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she...
Now's not the best of times. Of course, Ramza. Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed.
Full speed ahead. I laugh in the face of danger.
Tiny boat. It's a floating boat. Evil Kai would put an entire new meaning to that is true. It probably would.
Welcome to the land of my people. It would be a poor life, I said, I did not miss it some.
Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Alma!
Ramsa, help me.
I cast teleport. That's a bad idea. Alma! Maybe it's not a bad idea. Be gone! While you're in the middle of the portal? Is that a good idea?
Give me your leg.
Alma, Ramsa. Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised.
Yoink!
What just...
I think we just got memed on, Lena. I think Ultimate just dabbed on us.
Vagi, to me, the girl is not well.
Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kobo?
This is what we call a hostage exchange. Ymir says, can you let Smol Caetsu see again? She's blind without her glasses. I can do that. Have you the courage to face true evil? And it's gone.
What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo.
Let's see. Do this. And this. Oh, didn't think about that being a problem, but do this. There you go. Now Ramsa's gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? I don't know. We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from...
I'm sorry, Genomis. My design was... flawed.
Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke from before claiming Ramsa. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalician legends.
Then who exactly did summon Ultima? And why did she think them your kin? Whoa, look!
Someone gonna pick up the phone? No?
I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo.
Ramsa, dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. I did not say he was dead, my lord Delida. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, trusting his ethereal soul to the orosite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace is finally come to Ivalice. There's not to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. For king and colleague! Doesn't really have the same ring to it. Knights, to me, we ride for Abon. My lord, wait. Azura... Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the Celestial Abyss. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? Bruh. If this was a fighting game, that would just be the Alma you get when the second player chooses Alma. You get what I mean, right? It's just a perfect oh, she's just a different color scheme.
No, my lord, Ramsa is. My brother's final wish before he sauntered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history.
Basic color palette swap.
Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Uran returned from Obon. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us. To do what Haydn herself did countless centuries past. Imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramsa sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea.
No, Ramsa should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant.
He's gone, my lord. Before Ramsa was your friend, before he was my brother,
What? Wait, before he was my brother? Oh, like in like a duty kind of sense. Was like I'm pretty sure he was your brother, like always. Unless, like, I suppose if he was your big brother, then he wouldn't have been your brother until you were born, I guess. Still, that tripped me up.
Before Ramsa was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call.
Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait! Ramsa! Don't leave me! Please! I beg of you! Do the thing! You will make a fine and just king, Delida. See you do not stray from that path. Ramsa!
The stones in these two necklaces, you're certain... The stones in these two necklaces, you're certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramsar. This is what Ramsar wished, my lord. Oran, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? It is but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramsar beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oran, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Ah, Pregante! Aha! I'm sorry to hear that, Steve, by the way. That's usually how it goes. When you really carry it because you needed to, like, help a lot, the people in the group might not even realize that it was you who did all that. So you get no recognition. It's like they're being subtle about it. Still kind of funny.
Caetsu!
I know everything.
It was the echo, wasn't it?
The removal of Ramsar's name from the history books, the derived papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oran himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker.
She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light.
Me?
But then, why abduct Ramsar or even Alma? Unless there's something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure Caetsu. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats! Alma, how long have you been awake?
I've been a fool. Have you? I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, if I had an alternative ploy.
General.
It's all right, Varky. My intention was to claim one of these orosite in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Guardian occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were.
You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say.
Extremely rude. You're kind of like Ilbert.
Everyone in the chat who has long ears. Hey! Hey, wait a minute.
You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you, but believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orborn Monastery and ask naught in return but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramsar.
Are you serious?
Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabanastre. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power.
Could you at least wear armor? Yeah, exactly. Could you at least get dressed? Can we, like, cut down on the awkward anime angles? What's wrong with being cultured? Nothing. I just feel like they're really selling it. Oh, Coco's here. Do you want to join us for Orborn Monastery, or do you not have it? Right. Well, I think we have everyone in the Hangout party. Let's see. Is everyone here? I see some people are AFK. Siren? Tristan? Siren is here. Tristan. Of course. I guess Tristan is AFK. I'll do one more ready check, and then we'll go.
Right. That is a really... that is such a wild emote, by the way. Is it the return of the Lala? Vicels is what are we waiting for? We're waiting to see if Tristan is back in time to join us, and we just barely got him in time. We would of course want to bring as many people from the stream as possible, right? I'm just checking something. So there's a conversation in the Free Company chat where people are saying like, how much, like how quick can you make your GCD? Is this someone from the stream? I'll just wait a moment. Is this someone from the stream who wants to join us? Make your presence known. Make your presence known. You don't have it. I wouldn't want to go in and miss someone because I wasn't like taking a moment. So that's why I like jumped out of the queue and everything, just to be sure. But yeah, someone asked in the Free Company chat, how low can you get your GCD like right now? And the real answer is technically down to 1.5 because that's like the actual lower bound. There are a few actions that have like programmed shorter GCDs than that, but anything that starts at 1.5 or below, you cannot reduce them with speed. You just can't, it turns out.
And if you somehow collect so much speed from wherever that you reach 1.5 from a normal GCD, then it will stop at 1.5 apparently. And then the follow-up question was, of course, so how much is reachable? And I'm pretty sure that the reachable is supposedly, if you could actually get speed on every single piece of equipment, then the actual limit right now is 2.1, with no traits or anything. If you're I don't know, playing warrior or something, you could possibly potentially collect so much skill speed that you go down to 2.1. But I don't think there's gear to do that. I'm pretty sure it's only Black Mage who's even in the runnings, because you need a 665 weapon with primarily speed. And that's only Black Mage. And then we started talking about what feasible amounts you can get. And then came in on my Black Mage build has 2.18 as the GCD, just as an example, around 2.18. So and it's not 660 or 665, not even close. It's 649 or something like that, if not 646. So there's a lot to work with from there. The important part is that you get a speed amount that you like. Of course, if you like infinite amounts... Oh, is anybody your character, Steve? I didn't even know. I wasn't sure whose character it was. I see. Balance recommends 2.2. I'm pretty sure that Balance has a 800 speed build and a 1300 speed build, and then an as much speed as you can feasibly get build. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, 800 is basically a crit build. When you're capping the amount of speed you want, that's because you're aiming for some sort of crit build, because you're aiming to get something afterwards. Although if you were reaching for 2.2, then there's not very much left once you've reached that. I can assure you that. I'm hoping it will help with my mana font not aligning at all. Oh, I don't know about that. I wouldn't be able to speak on that. It's complicated, because to get everything out perfectly on cooldown in the optimal situation and everything as a Black Mage, you will have to make use of transpose lines and stuff to adjust the timing of your rotation so that it just so that it happens to be in the right position when the burst comes up. In most content, you can in most content it doesn't matter, and I do believe even in Savage raiding you don't need to be perfect. So for the most part you could view it as excessive optimization. Watch this! Right hand gun! I completely forgot about my earthly star. Awkward. A left hand gun. I see you. Remember, when you get raised, that if you don't do anything for up to 5 seconds, you are invulnerable. I don't know if we wasted those 5 seconds, Coco, but I felt like it was surprisingly fast that you went down again. I'm sorry if we just forgot to heal you after raising you. What? This is an unlucky Coco. What did he say? Marmalade? Mumble, mumble, marmalade. I rarely miss. Watch this. Left hand gun. Uh-oh. Right hand gun. Bang. That looked like he just took no damage. That was really weird. My favorite quote of Mustadio. Unintelligible. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Can you like tone down a bit on the auto-tune, mister? Can you like slack it a bit on that? It's coming off a little strong. You're making this too easy. Really, you're dying. Receive? That was like a last moment adjustment there, Coco. I was like looking at like, well, anything I say will be too late. Leg shot.
journey can, at long last, come to an end.
Okay, I'll turn down the altitude now that we're not fighting anymore. Yeah, exactly. He turned it off. It's like in the middle of his speech, was like, all right, let me just. Mayonnaise. Guys, I found the button. now you can hear me. I was saying mayonnaise. We have mayonnaise.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
All the cards. I believe these have always been voiced, yes.
To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
Shield. It's fine, James. I think actually there's a possibility that a lot of players that like when you originally some players might have originally gone through some of these fights like, I don't know, listening to their own music or something, so they don't even realize that, well, I mean, maybe there's voice lines, and then when you come back to it years later when you were absolutely not in that kind of like, you don't play like that, it's hard to remember that. Like, just as an example, I don't know if you actually did that, right? But it's just, maybe that's why. It's quite funny that the first pack is mobs without shield where the sword doesn't work. Just to mess with you. Specifically the first pack. And then they like mix them, but the first pack, nothing. That is correct. Thunder King also speaks. Hey!
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have
Really?
faith to do as much.
Uh-oh. The Shield Knight.
Oh, divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light!
Are you my doctor? Gaze deep into the light.
They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
Oh, line AoEs. And I overrode my card again. Oops. Thunder Slash! Pikachu, use Thunder Smash!
Champion, I leave you now to your quest. My Obelia awaits.
New card. Oh look, there is another. Did we just barely manage it? It's pretty funny that there's so many, but there's so many players. There's like enough that if everyone participates and goes for a unique one, we can still all cover them. It's pretty funny. But because of the chaos of an alliance raid, it just doesn't work out like that. I think it's a different Lalafell. But there is a lot of squeaking, I'll give you that. You're absolutely right on that. It is funny how they like that they've decided to do it like that. That some jobs are extremely vocal, whereas others don't say that much.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
Must needs, you say?
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. 7 shadows cast, 7 faces told. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching.
What is this mechanic again? Oh right, it's the expanding sphere.
Head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more.
Show me more!
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell.
What is it Athena says?
Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell.
Oh. Oh. Well, I think we discovered what happens if you get a rest to a part of the arena that isn't there. Look at that! There was the magic wall. If the three alliances had stacked all together, we would have wiped. That's the sign that a stack marker cannot be stacked. Something poor cover for the when the heavens fall. Well, it does make sense, given that Athena is at least partly a reference to Ivalice stuff, I believe. I say partly because you can absolutely enjoy that story without this story.
And now the scales will tip. Come, show me more.
Show me more!
Escape is not so easily granted.
Why not?
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my
This is what we call Square Enix RNG. The Black Mage gets the chase marker again.
A piteous display. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come.
Yeah, indeed. Such is the way of the universe.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
That is supposed to be juggled and not taken by the tank, by the way. You are going to die from that. Because you have to tank physical damage now while having a physical one. That is one of the evil mechanics, because how are you supposed to know that? soaking that mechanic, Ymir, gives you a physical vuln debuff, and the boss is constantly smacking you with physical damage, of course. So you cannot participate in that particular mechanic, or you will die. But now you know. The mechanic was the one with the beam, where that you can pass around. It gives you a physical vuln for getting hit, and while it would probably give you a second stack of it if you soaked a second hit, you'll probably die from a second hit. I'm pretty sure.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
It's a very good fight. And I think the fact that it has a mechanic that is like, oh, you weren't supposed to do that, and it just immediately punishes you for it like that, I think is a good thing. Especially because it somehow found like the middle ground where while it's punishing, it doesn't outright wipe you by doing that. But it does feel a little mean when, like, say, as the tank, when you get hit by it, or if you try to help and then get, like, punished for it. It's a little mean.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
It's something I've talked about before. It's like bosses with, like, mean boss mechanics. And the difference between a mean boss mechanic is typically the kind of mechanic where you'll fail it the first time you see it, specifically because you don't know what you're supposed to do. That's what I would call a mean boss mechanic.
Kneel before me.
Oh, I managed to only get hit once after all that. That is incredible.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink
Indeed,
of
James.
night, I summon you.
It's supposed to be a reference. I'm pretty sure.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon
Oh boy. It is quite wild how on the nose it is.
awaits defiance.
That felt weirdly fast.
Is there more?
Bear your steel.
I can fix her group.
Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Attack. More?
I am the only god.
Can't remember if there's more. I just remember that sometimes you have a lot of people that just don't realize that we actually have to attack now. Whee! Ow. My knees! My poor knees.
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss from
None of us have knees. Yes. They not a lot of knee, but they do have knees.
before me.
Redemption.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
There's a particular mechanic that I always find extremely scary in this fight, and that's the one where you need a bunch of people to intercept a intercept a like a little like marker that dashes around the arena. There's a bunch of them, and the reason why it is scary is because I have wiped because no one bothered or didn't know.
Denizens of the abyss from ink of black.
Which is funny, because taking it actually gives you, I think, it gives you a damage boost, specifically for intercepting it.
Bend to my will.
Whee! Don't you just love the dice mechanics? Acceleration bomb, right? Oh. I've never had it not be open on the right. So I just kind of went for it. I don't remember it ever only being open on the left. People that haven't done X death. It's funny
because there are technically acceleration bomb is also in the Ozma fight. That is actually where it originated from.
I am your mother.
No, you're not.
I am your maker.
Absolutely not.
I am Ivalice.
Not sure on that one.
Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
Acceleration bomb, you mean the Fall Guys mechanic? Yeah, the origin apparently of the acceleration bomb was that they added this mechanic that after a few seconds it would just detonate, and if you were doing something it punished you, which is acceleration bomb. And in playtesting, the testers were very confused as to why they exploded, because there wasn't like a clear sign, so they just added this die over it apparently. Like that's just what they went with, like, oh, we could do whatever. Oh, that'll work. And then they've just kind of made that the way that it works. But I think that went really well. We had no wipes, which is pretty impressive for a Bone Monastery, I would say. There's also, indeed, there's also a version of it in Balzar's Wall. It is, however, without the die. It's just not, like, it doesn't really have a proper indicator, so it's often people get hit by it. There's also one in Dalriada. I feel like it's like a recurring mechanic.
He's awake, Kobo, but is it truly him?
Are we sure? Can you be toxic for a moment so we're sure it's you? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. Castrum Lacus, well, Pyretic is a separate mechanic. Like, that is punish you for every action you do. Acceleration Bomb punishes you for doing something when the timer hits 0 specifically. They're similar. So similar that in some situations it's easy to mistake one for the other if the duration is short enough. Yeah, there is Pyretic in Castrum Lacus Latori, right? And Deep Freeze, the opposite. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. Why do we look so similar? My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. It finally has meaning because I could save the soul of this Chocobo. And Construct 7, apparently. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelind's bosom, that we may finally rest. About that... Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. I don't know which one was Sid, but I would... well... It looked like Sid, right? Yeah. But it was also the Thunder God, right? Isn't that Sid? Like, isn't he also named Sid? Delida. How I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramsar. You deserve better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I'm truly sorry. Not. Yes, you are sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again, and now that time has finally come. Heidelind beckons us both. Good for them. You know what? Good for them, yeah. And here we are. I'm so sorry, Ramsar. Alma, I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life, all the while you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father?
No. It is all right. We are still here, are we not?
And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramsar existed, and Oran-Durai was not a heretic but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But, father, we cannot allow our ancestors' names to remain. And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramsar, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler Oran-Durai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramsar, without whom the young noble would have surely perished.
Is that what you truly want, father? For the story to end?
It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delida and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon, which could lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Caetsu, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us.
Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Raid story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Oh, that would be nice. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Caetsu has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4.
Would you stop doing that, Sid?
Doing what? Doing what? What is the problem? And her tale is far from over, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. Hey bro, wanna walk into Oblivion together? Ramza probably. Winning. Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Look, it's me in the background. Lights, music. There will be no more mistakes from you two. Am I clear?
Mother Crystal clear, Kubo.
They're going to perform the new final act.
Oh boy. Begin.
Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivalice.
We shall embark on a journey together. I have to speed through because I don't know when the text ends.
Together?
Together, the crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We're now free to soar like the griffin.
Free? But how?
By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust a true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity.
Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast.
In sword etched his fading memories.
In stone he tempered his skill.
By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told.
Their tale can now be told. Bravo! Bravo! You both were wonderful!
I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Mavrilla's sentiments, but there's always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Bruh.
Again? I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kubo. It is in my contract.
Oh, hush, brother. Before Genomus has us back to polishing boot buckles again. We did the thing! Is it necessary to perform this whole thing up in the sky like that? Is that part of it? Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Gog. Guardians? Well... Whoops. Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. The Erosians play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. And you put on a shirt. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus. Wouldn't you all agree? Indeed, it does continue in Boja. I think that is also part of the reason why I wasn't super attached to the story in Boja, because obviously I had skipped most of this story, so I had no idea, unfortunately. There are 2 follow-up yellow quests in the ship that lead to an achievement and a title. Nice. Isn't one of them the one where you have to give them bacon? Like bacon bread?
Well, wasn't that an adventure, Caetsu? It is sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Guardians, Genomus has decided to purchase a permanent berth about Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Gainin to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You will be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an exposé when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. All right, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer, at the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell.
You have to give them wine. Oh, I just remember that I had like a quest to give someone bacon bread in there. And I had that quest for an eternity because I just could not be bothered. Right, I will be right back. And then I think we'll be like rounding up. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back, and yes, those are board games. Where is it the Omega storyline starts? In Rauga's Reach. We're going to be taking the picture for the next thumbnail here, by the way. So if you want to be on the thumbnail, you can come over here, if you like. Why are you standing like that, Biggs and Wedge? That is a weird way to stand. Do an emote you would like, and if you want an expression to go with it, use an expression after the emote. If you don't want to do an emote, then, I mean, if you want the idle pose, you have to sit down and then stand up to make sure that it resets. You can still do an expression if you like. I'll figure out what I'm doing and then I'll do a ready check. Coco, why are you facing the wall? Is that intentional? I mean, you can face the wall if that's what you want to do. It's totally up to you. I think we have a little bit of a problem. Let me see if I can... Can I get Aradel to come a little bit closer? Perhaps? I think Imia's emote specifically like blocks over Aradel specifically. Let me try again. That's a lot better. Thank you. One day, James. Hopefully one day. We're still waiting for that Worldwide data center travel. It's a little strong. That's a little bit better. Yeah. The problem, Coco, is that James is not in the correct... It doesn't have a character in the correct region, so it would be pretty hard to join us in Ralga's Reach. But hey, if you made an EU alt, you could join for stuff if you'd want to. But I like the enthusiasm, Coco. Perfect. Thank you. James says the lag can't be that bad on console, right? I don't know. If you play on a region that is significantly far away from where you are, like for instance if you're in EU and play in NA or vice versa, it is possible that your latency will make it difficult or impossible to play certain jobs optimally. Now the thing is, if it's just an alt that you play like on the side for a little bit of fun, that doesn't really matter, does it? Right? Like you can play fine enough that you can do all the like pretty much all casual content that you like. And I know people that savage raid on a connection like that anyway, so it would mostly be like annoying or awkward, because it will absolutely trip you up, because it's going to be awkward and laggy compared to what you're used to. Exactly, imagine maining machinist that way. I remember the interesting story on that a long time ago at this point, before the Oceanic data centers opened, I believe, that there was someone that like wrote a comment on some of my machinist guides that were like, I wish I could play this, but my latency. I consider one thing is being in like NA and your friends are in EU or vice versa. A completely different thing is being in like, I don't know, at this point, South Africa and your friend, and you want to play the game. It's not even about a preference. It's just, it doesn't matter where you, like, what you do, right? Like, hypothetically. Because there is no data center there. This just isn't one. So it's just too bad. James says, have you ever wondered about making an NA alt as well? I simply don't think I have the time to maintain multiple characters. This character I only played on stream, and aside from that I already have plenty of stuff on my plate, it feels like, with just my main character. But yeah, I don't think I don't think I will make like multiple characters just in general, because there's so much in the game. And like, for example, with this character, you might have noticed that I passed on all loot in the Alliance raids we did. all loot. Like, I didn't win a thing intentionally, because why should I take like a minion or an orchestrion role or a card from someone who's trying to get it on their main? Yeah. So that's kind of like I don't view this character as like one that I would like get all the things on, because I wouldn't use most of it. I don't plan on getting a house on this character because I already have like a mansion on my main. I don't need 2 houses. And I think that's reasonable. I don't need 2. I like the things that I get on this character. I appreciate. If you walk up to Smol Caetsu and hand her something, I'm not going to just refuse it. I'll take it and use it. So if you're like, take this random market board mount that I want you to have, then I'd take it. I'd probably use it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get it myself. So like, I would have, like, if I made another character that I played, like, in my own time, it would be a completely different experience, because then I would probably be more interested in, like, collecting stuff, because then I made the character just to play in my own time, right? And then there's also the part that, why would I invest all that time? I've talked about this before. Like, I can't remember who's asked, but I have heard people ask, like, would you make mount farming streams on Smol Caetsu? And the answer there is just no. If I made a mount farming stream, for example, I would make it on my main. And it doesn't really change much. Like, my main just has more options, so it would just be easier. And if I then get something valuable on my main, then I'm probably happier to have it because I have it on my main. So that's kind of the situation. Steve says, I haven't had the account that allows 40 alts. I have enough trouble with 6. Yeah, I could imagine. I know some people that have like multiple alts so that they can savage raid more, for example. So that they can be in 2 lockouts at the same, like in 2 statics at the same time without issue. And I'm just thinking, incredible that you managed to get the schedule to work with that. Some people have trouble like finding one good static. Now we have people like running multiple. Sometimes it's also just like the same static that just like has multiple sets of characters, so that they have better, like, more options to switch. Because the part of the reason I would do that is also because, and this is something that sometimes comes up with gearing, right? Because you're limited on how many tomestones you can get, the weekly tomestones, and you're limited on how many lockouts you have of the current, like, savage raid and stuff like that. Then you can't, like, it will, if you're doing prog, you cannot gear both your tank and your healer jobs simultaneously. You have to choose one as your main first. But if you have 2 characters, you could have one of them just be the tank and then one be the healer, and then just do both. If, like, you feel like, well, I actually want to play both, so one, like, some days of the week I'm the tank and other days I'm the healer. Things like that. But it's a lot to maintain and manage, I feel like. I think I would often be in, like, situations where I'm like, is it this character that has this thing? I don't remember. Steve says, if you could send alt stuff, it would have more reason. Yeah, probably. It would also have more reason if things were, like, account bound more. Like, in World of Warcraft, these days on retail, you don't need to get a mount on multiple characters because they're account wide for the most part. You don't need to get a minion on multiple characters because they're account-wide for the most part. And I say for the most part because I don't know if there are exceptions to that. So for that reason, you can farm mounts and minion, well, non-combat pets as they're called, I believe, to your heart's content with as many characters as you like, because as long as one of them gets it, it counts for everybody. Some people also likely have the reason of not wanting to buy Fantasia. That is also a reason. Sometimes people have multiple characters so they can enjoy multiple races. I will say sometimes I'm a little... I am saddened by the fact that I can't both be a Lalafell and an Aura. Like, I can't be both. But I'm not planning to Fantasia either character. It would also be strange, wouldn't it? One day you just see suddenly that my main just is half the size, but still has her scales somehow. You think that might honestly happen one day? I mean, I've had a Fantasia for 6 years on my main. The free one that you get. Smol Caetsu also has it. So I have one. It's not about money, it's about the fact that I don't want to change it. Let's see. Wait, where do I return to? I still return to Uldar because of the when we did the Black Mage storyline, it was just convenient to be able to go back to that. I don't even know where I would put my, like, home spot. Surprisingly, I think... Is that really true? How weird. I don't know why, for some reason I assumed that Gerbania would be closer to Thanalan, given that where we know New Alamigo is. Or Little Alamigo? Right? Isn't that what it's called? Little? Yeah, there. It's there. So they had to, like, trek through all of this to get to Little Alamigo. It's pretty funny. I just assumed that Uldar would be closer. Oh, you're going there. Charlian would make sense as a home spot. Would it? It could make sense. It's the reason why I say I don't know where would be a good spot is because Smol Caetsu here doesn't go anywhere specific very often. My main's home spot is let's see. Nope. It's here. Now, you might be wondering why that is, and it's very simple, and I'm sure some of you can guess it. But that's my home spot on my main. And then Charlian is my free teleport spot. Exactly. Sanctuary. Island Sanctuary. Yeah, we go to to Gridania. So that we are closer when we continue into Omega next week. That's very bright. There you go. Right, so Something that I would like to mention before anything else. Tomorrow, like noonish, afternoonish, maybe morning, depending on where you are in the world. Maybe even it could be any time of the way of the day, honestly. But Europe, noonish, early noonish, afternoonish, we are going into the newest Criterion dungeon just to check it out for a few hours. We don't know how far we'll get. We're actually going in blind, so we don't really, like, maybe we've seen glances of something here and there, but we don't actually know the strategies people have employed, and we're not, like, none of us are Savage Raid geared in any capacity. So you'll see how difficult that content can be from our perspective, and we'll try our best. The important part is having fun. But yeah, that will be tomorrow. Actually, in like 11.5 hours. Something like that, I'm pretty sure. So look out for that. There will be, of course, a like stream a little bit in advance set up so that you know when it's happening, when it is happening. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that first. Now, with the usually scheduled programming, who's going with Sip, Thessa, also known as Greensville on YouTube, and Aradel, which is Gelano right here, are in the team. Yeah. And I will be tanking, Sip will be healing, and then Thessa will probably be rolling the melee DPS, and then Aradel will be the range DPS. So we have a balanced group. Right then. So, if you enjoyed the people you've seen on this stream, remember that there's a Discord community server where you can find most of them, and me. You'll also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is happening, such as that stream coming tomorrow. It is usually posted on Sundays or Mondays, depending on stuff. And there's also an announcement room where you can see whenever I post a new video, plan a new stream, plan a video premiere, whatever it is, it usually shows up there first. You can also go into the role assignment room and grab the reminder role, and then you will get a notification on Discord whenever I plan anything, post anything like that, and you will also get a reminder 15 minutes in advance if it's something like time sensitive, like a video premiere or a stream or something like that, so don't miss a second. Yeah. And if you did enjoy the stream, it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream here on YouTube, because that tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you feel like other people should watch it as well. That helps me a lot, so thank you in advance. I think that is everything. Yeah. So, good night. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I'll see you all very soon. And with that, we'll put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night.